Good morning, chat. Are you behaving today? How are you? Oh, hello? Hello? There we go. There we go. Eventually things will work out. Eventually.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't bread over every egg.
You proud of yourself? Are you proud of yourself? Murdoch? Murdoch, are you proud of yourself? Shoot the rouge chatter. Rouge? What does rouge have to do with this? I think you're looking for rogue. The word is a rogue. Rouge is like, is it a color or is it a makeup? I don't remember which. I genuinely do not remember which. Well, thank you, Celador. I like my glasses, please and thank you. No, they are not spelled the same. It is rouge, O-U-G, and then there is rogue, R-O-G-U-E. And for whatever reason, I see European people all the time look at the word rogue and call it rouge. And I'm like, that is not the same fucking word. I used to watch a World of Warcraft streamer that anytime he would see a rogue in World of Warcraft, he would call it a rouge. And I'm like, no, incorrect. Incorrect, sir. Yeah, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Hi, Tuka, thank you. Why are y'all complimenting the glasses like this is the first time you've seen them? You're telling me you've never played Star Wars Rogue Squadron without telling me? Never played it. Never played it. To blave also means to buff. Oh, gotcha. The X-Men is rogue like Strom and Wolverine. Yeah, of course. Strom and Wolverine. God damn it, Penguin. The bat is Rouge. Rouge the Bats. It's not Rogue the Bats. Although, weirdly enough, I think it is spelled Rogue the Bats, isn't it? No, it's spelled Rouge. I was right. It's spelled Rouge. Okay, I was thinking I was misremembering for a second. No, it's spelled Rouge the Bats, and it's always been Rouge in all of the cartoons. That's not new. Hell yeah, Ordine. Hope you enjoy them. Fine, shoot the Rouge chatters. Rouge chatters? That's you still misspelled it, Beef. It's Rogue chatters. Rogue chatters. Hopefully, and like, ends up like everyone's ass thoroughly wiped. Ugh. That's one way to put it. Oh man, I love Mangito. Why does that sound like a different fusion from like Dragon Ball Z instead of like Vegito or what was the other one? Gogeta? I think it was Gogeta. Rouge and Rogue, totally different word. Totally different word. Correct. That's rogue. Why are y'all like this? Why are y'all like this? Do werewolves transform when they get moons? No. No, that's just a play on words. Grab meats? I could not figure out which one you're talking about. Grab meats. Gambit? Okay. I guess? I don't get it. I don't get that one. Only psychosomatic werewolves? Oh my god. I bet there's like somebody's made like a comic of that somewhere out there, right? Some snivelly bitch on like Tumblr has made that comic. I guarantee it. Related to Ruby? Okay, so it is a color. I was like, isn't it supposed to be like a reddish pink? Was a bit so much as maybe their autocorrect messed up Gambit? Oh. How does it mess up and get grab meats? What kind of word is grab meat to be autocorrected? It just autocorrects it to crab meats. Okay. Okay, why? Hold on a second, chat. So I need to know, has anybody seen Crimson Desert? This is random, but it's literally because it's being fucking advertised to me. In my fucking browser. And I played Black Desert. I've even played Black Desert online. And I wanted to know... how the fuck does this game work? It looks like it's a single player RPG more than anything. And there's only 3 characters? And there's no magic? Okay, wait, maybe there is magic. Oh, neither he nor the other playable characters are traditional mages. So they took all the magic fun stuff that was in Black Desert out of Crimson Desert. Why? You lost me. You lost me. I'll be sticking to Black Desert. My brain works in a fuck ass way. I went Gambit, Gabmit, Grabmeat. I would have never gotten to Gambit from Grabmeat. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it's a good song. I love this song. There's also Rue, the base of some sauces. The base of some stews. Looks interesting, but haven't seen anything aside from trailers. Yeah, apparently some people are... Yes, it is an MMO. Which means I like it more. I didn't know Crimson Desert was connected to it. It's the same studio, and it's supposed to be like the same planets, I think. Not the same like continent or anything, but I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be in like the same world. Like it has to be, right? You don't go from Black Desert to Crimson Desert and be like, it's an alternate universe. Oh yeah, of course there's different shades of Rue. You ever seen a white person make a roux? Those bitches are too scared to darken it right. Although granted, sometimes a white roux is what's necessary for certain foods. So I'm bitching over nothing. I got my work schedule changed up and I don't think I'll be able to take a lunch. Don't think. Huh? Don't they legally have to give you a lunch break? I was gonna say it has to be the same universe, but I think it's the same planet because I doubt they're gonna do the thing where they're like, and then there was multiple planets to explore, like they did with World of Warcraft. Take your fucking breaks. That's the wrong kind of breaks. That's car brakes, Ordain. Which makes sense because you're a mechanic. With the workload I got, I doubt I'll be able to set aside time to do so and be done by 5. Okay, but that sounds like a company problem. That sounds like a company... Hi, Jade. That sounds like a company problem, and they can shove their boot up their ass if they're going to rework your schedule and basically lose you your usual break. Which, if you're working 8 hours, you deserve at least a 30-minute break. Bacamel is a pale roux. Chocolate roux is using Cajun Creole. Yes. Yes. You may also want to look into your state to see if they have like legally required breaks. Because some states I've worked in have legally required breaks that if you don't take them, then like the labor board can sue the business. Pretty fucking easily, by the way. What the fuck? Why? Coming in winter 2026, Black Desert 3, Crimson Desert 2, Periwinkle Desert. Christ. I want to say it was something, it depends, again, it depends on the state. I worked in one state where it was every 4 hours you worked, you had to have a 15-minute break. So if you're working 8 hours, you could just have one big 30-minute break or 2 15-minute breaks. About the spinoff Teal Field? Oh my God. Do not. Absolutely not. Flavor? You mean salt, black pepper at most, and a McDonald's Sprite? God fucking. Are we talking white people spice again? Is that what this is? Actually, you just reminded me. I saw a video literally this morning. And I think it was some guy going around with like, you know, like the black bottom, clear top to go containers. And I what I think he was carrying around was some kind of like Indian chicken on yellow rice. Don't know exactly what it was, but it was some kind of like probably Indian dish because the chicken was red and the rice was yellow. And he was going around what I could only guess was like a state fair or maybe a farmer's market. And he was offering the food to people. And almost every person he showed, mind you, I'm saying every person he showed, that doesn't mean that there wasn't any that were like cut out that may have taken it or anything. And he offered it to all of these like big white dudes. And every single one called it, quote, scary. They wouldn't try it. They wouldn't even go for it. And then they would run away. To blow up my job? Yes, excellent. Do it. Going by what I've heard, that's what I've heard, Prey. That's what I've heard. And it kind of loses my interest in the fact that it has absolutely fixed characters and no magic. It's like the usual like social awkwardness of like, I don't want to talk to this person, so I kind of just look in passing, and then if it's nothing I want, then I run away. Then I keep walking. So, because this guy too was also like opening it up to show the guys what's in it, and it literally looks like some kind of sauced chicken over rice. It looks fucking awesome. And these grown men are terrified of it. And like all the comments in it were basically like, I'm guessing these guys only like their chicken boiled with salt. I'm like, mayhaps. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to start the Twitter stream. I always forget. Let me do some things. Yoink, yoink, yoinkity yoink. All right. There we go. Think a melanated person will have sauce too spicy for anyone to eat. If it ain't spicy, then it ain't good. Of course, they'd be given some chicken enchiladas and margarita, and I'll rule the British culinary world in no time. Probably. Listen, I'm trying to. Okay, does anybody remember the release of what was it? When Popeyes opened in the UK, I believe they opened a location in London. Does anybody know the story of this? This was back when was in Venice, Italy. That makes sense. But yeah, London had a Popeyes. This was back during like the height of COVID. So Popeyes opened in London. And if anybody remembers during COVID, this was the peak. This was basically when Popeyes first released their chicken sandwiches. Does anybody remember the hype of the Popeyes chicken sandwich? Anyone? Anyone at all? No one? Yes? How can the British steal everything from everywhere and not take spices? No, they did take spices. They just didn't use them. Oh, SNL. I have not watched SNL in years. I love the chicken sandwiches, but people in the UK, when they opened, rushed to get those chicken sandwiches because of how popular they were. Baki Senpai, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. And the thing was, people were buying the mild, mind you. If you remember when these first came out, there was a mild and there was a spicy. People were buying the milds trying to eat them outside. And of course, because like people were excited that there was a Popeyes in the UK now, there was news crews there to like document like its grand opening day. And there were people fucking throwing their sandwiches in the parking lot because they would take the first bite of the mild sandwich and then start coughing and say that it was too spicy. Krispy Kreme chicken sandwich was the thing? No. The only time I've seen like the Krispy Kreme sandwich things is at a certain baseball stadium, and that's a cheeseburger. That wasn't a chicken sandwich. I like the spicy too. I always get the spicy at Popeyes. They're British. They're British. What do you think the answer is? What the fuck? Where's Sunstar's answer for your country crimes? Listen, Popeyes was bland. Okay, but is he native British or is he Indian British or anything like that? Listen, that was a, what's the word? Exception to the rule, at least seemingly on this day. Hot ones pop up. What the hell does the hot ones pop up? Bland? I don't know. That sounds like somebody who's lying to try and sound. Oh, no, wait. I know what it was. Okay. Baki. How much later did she go to the Popeyes? Because I remember after the outrage of people being like, it's too spicy, they had to make special recipes for the British location. So the British locations are less spicy, or probably even unseasoned. I wouldn't doubt if it's unseasoned. Because I do remember hearing at one point that they had to make a special mild version for the UK location. I'd shuttered the doors at that point, close the Popeyes, close after the first day. All right, guys, I guess this market just isn't for us. I guess it's time to go. Unseasoned, unbattered. I think they now have like, I know they have blackened chicken tenders. I don't know if they have like a blackened chicken sandwich. Truly don't know. Truly a wonder. What's wrong with my country? Their intolerance to spice for a country that conquered half the planet for the sake of spice. The Brits. What do you mean by that? And the Brits do not wash soap off of their dishes? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? Run that by me one more time. Look at me. Look at me. Explain. That feels like a lie. Why wouldn't you wash soap off of your dishes if you put it under the water or into the soapy water, you scrub it, and then you rinse it? What do you mean they don't rinse off the soap? Explain. They dunk the dish in soap water and Sunstar, where are you? I need a fact check on this one. Have spice intolerance? Okay, then tell them to grow up and eat real food. Doesn't like spicy food because the hottest curry you can get, fall curry, was made in the UK. Is that the hottest curry? I don't think that's the hottest curry. Is it? Hold on, I'm gonna go look that up. Let's zoom out again. Hold on a second. Fall curry. Extremely hot curry, considered one of the world's spiciest, originated in Bangladeshi-owned curry houses in Britain in the 1970s, not India. It's known for its intense heat, achieved by using multiple super hot chili peppers like ghost peppers, habaneros, and Carolina Reapers, along with the base of tomatoes, onions, garlic, and spices, often served with rice. Due to its extreme spice level, it can cause severe discomfort and has led to hospitalizations, so it comes with strong warnings. Okay, but it looks really good. And apparently it's spelled with one A. Okay, no, it's spelled with both. So there's a spelling with two L's and one A, and then one with two A's and one L. So maybe it just depends on who writes it. It looks really good, though. I want to say, because saying fall off my lips feels really familiar. And I want to say maybe the Indian place where I go to serves it, but I don't remember. I did get a really spicy dish one time. Show us? Okay, hold on, hold your horses. All right. Yeah, we'll use this picture. This is the Wikipedia picture. Screen. Boop. There you go. Listen, I'm one of those people that likes my, what's the word? I like my slurry foods, okay? You know, the foods that are basically like a bunch of meats in a really flavorful sauce, and then I could just pour the whole thing over a bunch of rice. That's my kind of shit, dude. That's my kind of shit. It looks like much darker vindaloo. I mean, a lot of sauces across like Indian cuisine or generally that area, including Bangladesh cuisine. Hi, Lumi, welcome in. Where was I going with this? I brain farted. My day is like my brain is just pudding today for some reason. You like Korean food? Fuck yeah, I love Korean food. Listen, Baki, you're new here, but you will figure out pretty fucking soon. I will eat just about anything. I am food motivated. And before you pull the VTuber thing of, oh, this bitch is fat behind the camera, I'd go to the gym 4 days a week for the sole purpose of being fit enough to eat whatever the fuck I want. That's my bit. That's my bit. Pudding flavored berry would be strawberries, something, ain't it? I think it'd be raspberry. I do in fact eat hot chip and lye. That is 100% true. Yeah, good food is good though. So, real quick, just because we got some new people here while we're talking about food. And I always say this. When I was younger, I was extremely picky, like really, really, really picky. But we know you're built like a Spartan. Okay, I'm not that jacked. Come on. I'm not even that tall. But I brain farted. Oh, I used to be really picky. Like, you know, kids that like chicken tenders and fries or fried chicken as much as I fucking can was like the only thing I kind of wanted to eat. Or pizza. That kind of stuff. I wouldn't eat eggs. I wouldn't eat like fish or anything. And then eventually in college, when I was like 21, no, I wasn't that old. I was like, I had to be 19 or 20, when I just had this moment and I was like, wait a minute. If other people eat it, it's food. And if it's food, it's delicious. And then from that day on, I just eat whatever's offered to me. I even sometimes like spontaneously go looking for new food adventures. I don't eat fish aside from sushi and breaded catfish. You're missing out, Celador. You're missing out, especially because we're looking at curries right now. Fish curry. Fish curry is so fucking good, dude. They gotta pay the mommy tax. Oh, you do gotta pay the mommy tax, Baki. You do gotta pay the mommy tax. All right, hit the throne. It's mostly a joke. You don't actually have to. But some people like to commit to the bit and actually pay into the mommy jar. It's fine. Hey, man, how goes things? We're talking about food. Here, hold on. We're also going to pull up some fish curry because this is chicken fall. Let's pull up some fish curries. Because, like these are basically whole steaks of various kinds of fish. They don't always come out like this, but, like, goat fish curry. Ah, Oh, I wish I had money to go out to eat. Oh no. All the money we're raising right now, though, is going to paying taxes. Okay, that actually looks really good in the earthenware. All right. Before we go down the food track again, because we are notoriously known to do that. I know. Even though no, I don't have money for it. I have no money. I got paid, what was it? I moved the money that I took out from savings to, what was it? To pay for my doctor's appointment, the like $250 doctor's appointment. Had to take savings, had no money at that point. Like 3 days ago, I got paid for the sponsorship for, what was it? Where Winds Meets. Finally got paid for that. And you want to guess what? It was immediately fucking eaten by student loan payments. I was like, oh, cool. I got a deposit. Why does it say my balance is already 0? And I pulled up my fucking thing and it was, oh, your student loan payment ate the entire fucking thing. Great. I was hoping to put that towards taxes, and if not taxes, new fucking tires. But no, nothing's fucking easy in this hellscape we live in. Much like good goes down the food hole. Yep. Extremely picky with fish because I've had it a bunch where it's clearly not as fresh as it could be. Ooh. All right. Yummy curry. Highlight. Thank you for paying the mommy tax. Clearly not as fresh as it could be because it had that overly fishy taste. Okay, so the thing is with that is you're more than likely eating dishes that are more plain. When it comes to fish curry, you will not get that fishy taste. Simply because of how many aromatics, how many vegetables and stuff just go into making it, and it cooks out all that fishy taste. It's the same thing with like, what's a good example? Like a glazed salmon. Like sometimes salmon by itself or salmon like with a bit of seasoning thrown over the top and grilled can still have that fishy taste. But a salmon that you've like glazed with say like honey or maple syrup or something like that, with just kind of a sugary glaze of some kind, makes it really, really good. Much like good goes down the food hole. Wait, what? Oh, there's Sunstar. Yeah, how do you wash your dishes, Sunstar? Somebody came in and told us that British people do not rinse the soap off their dishes. I'm Summer Curry. Hell yeah. I mean, you could also try a bunch of fish dishes in other places. Hi, Queens. Hey, Queens, before you ask me, I have not eaten today. I do have food and stuff in the house. I just didn't have time. I got up, I took a shower. I had to like strip my bed because I'm washing my sheets. And then by then time it was stream time and I had to still make the thumbnail. Nothing like homemade kimchi to stink up the house. Oh no, not stinky. Wait, doesn't it have to be airtight to make kimchi? Beef hasn't eaten either. It's so bad. Oh no. Go get finger food. I did get some like chicken and stuff, but it's freezer chicken and it needs to go into the oven. It could not be microwaved. Lacto ferments? Yes, I think. But I'm pretty sure to make kimchi, it has to be in like an airtight container, doesn't it? Also, chat, if you don't know how cheap it is to make kimchi, if you've seen those little containers, like those little jars of kimchi, hold on. Let's do kimchi jar images. Oh, hey, those are the giant clay pot jars. That's not what I was looking for. I was more looking for oh, here it is. Mother-in-law's kimchi. If you've ever seen like the basic jars at like the grocery store and stuff, and they're like $8 fucking or something. Skip that shit. Buy a Napa cabbage. If your store owns it, has any. Buy a Napa cabbage. Buy the gochujang, which you can usually find if your supermarket has a Korean section. It's not hard. and then like any extra seasonings that you may want. And out of that one Napa cabbage, you will get several jars worth of those. And like Napa cabbages are usually like $4 or less, I'm pretty sure. At least they are at my grocery store. They're like $4. Ghostwire Tokyo, because I forgot how much fun it is. Hell yeah, Keyblade. Hell yeah. Only I think I do maybe differently is that I don't wash the dishes. I wash my stuff. I wash it straight after use. Yeah, I do that. I do that too. I do that shit too. Also, why the hell are these clay pots so fucking expensive? $100+ for clay pots? I feel like the number I've seen just like in people's houses when I'm watching like Xiaohongshu or anything like that. Like, there's no way these jars cost that much. This is just like selling it to an American level cost. My mom refuses the big jars that she buys from the Korean market. Refuses? Refuses? Is that the right word? Is that the right word you're using, Baki? What do you mean refuses? That's normal for artisanal ceramic, oddly enough. Well, these aren't even artisanal. These are just like the big brown clay pots. We reuse? Okay, got you. I figured it was reuse. I was just confused by refuse comes up. Big jars killed my mother. No! I was stacking kimchi jars in my massive underground kimchi cave storage when one of the jars fell off the top racket and smashed me completely. And now I'm in hell. It's a half and half. What do you mean half and half? What do you mean half and half? Explain. Explain half and half. Like half yours, half somebody else's, or half and half that you rinse off the soap? Also, is that a fucking pea shooter? That is in fact a pea shooter. Do the water seals use to help seal the jar? No, these aren't the water seal jars. It's the brown jar that basically has like what looks like a flat pan over the top of it. It doesn't have the water seal. Even then, a water seal is not something expensive. Oh, I know there's other versions that have a water seal, but the ones I'm looking at that were $100+, even there was a $500 one, are just, again, plain brown pots with a like pan on it. Don Tates. Speaking of Don Tates, chat, the thing from yesterday, if we finish the goal today, which I believe we're like $60 away from finishing, something like that. We will do 2 wheel spins, and I will do another stream tomorrow night.
Lovely gift from the beauty up front.
Okay, we're less than 60 there. 25. Thank you so much, Queens. Minor spelling errors cited. Get him, chat. Get him. Minor spelling error. Oh, wait, I thought it was supposed to also show the percentage when you donated. Okay, but I think that puts us at like 35 till completion. If we finish it today, get food. And no, it's going to taxes. It's going to the US government, Queens. But what was I saying? Oh, yeah. 2 wheel spins on the game wheel, which are chat chosen games. And we will do another stream either tomorrow night or Saturday night. It's probably going to be tomorrow night. Not going to lie. It's probably going to be tomorrow night. Where we are going to do a ghost hunting stream. And by that, I mean we're going to watch Ghost Hunters. We're going to play a drinking game while we do it. It's going to be very casual because, well, I'm going to have people over. There's going to be people all over the house, and they hate it when I yell and stuff. So it's going to be very relaxed. It's going to be push-ups, please. Okay, Bucky, I'll do them in a minute. Hi, Grins. Now we have to spin up that game, Grins, you goofball. You canceled yesterday, right? What do you mean? What did I cancel yesterday? And raise gas prices, yeah. Uh, Kelly man, I need your help getting her food. Join me? No, Grins is a broke little lad who doesn't really know much. Let him keep his money. Plus, he's paying
What's
Izzy.
your pleasure? What's your fear?
He just got a design from Izzy, and I know how expensive that shit is. And then there's Faye. Faye, are you still alive? Your heart isn't on the outside of your chest, right? 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 Explain. You're not dying, right? Is where it's supposed to be? Okay, is your ass stuck in a chair again? And don't you lie about it. Don't you lie about it. No, I don't know. There's a little bit of aggression in there. I don't know. I'm not entirely convinced. Can you stand up right now? Can you stand up without having to put your hands on the armrest of the chair to push the chair down? I was a boner before any of you? What the fuck does that mean? That's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's nothing. It's nothing. I'm not up to no good. I didn't do anything. It's fine. It's fine. Let me just gonna go down here. Where is it? What the heck? Did I put it in the wrong place? Mark my words, we will get you food someday. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. I have food in the house. It's totally fine. I also have multiple bags of rice. Darn it, where is that? I think Faye psychically deleted a certain picture from my folders. That's crazy. Witchcraft, I say. Witchcraft. Anyway. Fantastic. Fantastic. Yes, the witchcraft. Oh my god. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. I'm in so much trouble. All right, I'm waiting. All right, come on.
Listen here, you little shit, just because some of us kick ass and childbearing hips does not mean you get to, okay, just because I can't, you're gonna come in here, you're gonna make fun of me? God damn it! Beat you with hammers? I will fucking end you, I swear to God. Stop showing people this embarrassing moment from my life.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Especially not after you told me that the likelihood of this happening has increased by a couple inches.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. I do squats to get strong. You know that thing you told us to do? God forbid a bitch follow instructions. Damn. I didn't know. My bad, I guess. Yes, it has increased because I do cardio and squats and I pick up heavy thing and I put heavy thing down. And also sewing is a very physical exercise that requires you to use a lot of your bodies. So I'm just developing muscle mass and now I don't feel my pants anymore.
Damn, I can't believe I have two friends. Both of them are purple and both of them are breaking seams.
I'm so Okay? God!
Crushman's head under her as she keeps this up. She'd have to catch me first.
It's not that hard. You can't run very fast. I can though. I'm so good at running. I'm so good at running. I love running. Running is great, chat. Anyway, gift all the subs. Give Marin all your money. Okay, bye. Love you. Mwah.
That sneaky bitch. All right, then. Yeah, I get, you know what? I think this needs to stay right here the rest of the chatting time, chats. -2 Marin in chat? What do you mean -2? Heavy thing lift, fat asses, let's go. So this whole situation is a Marin plant? Classic. It's fine. It's fine. Wait, when did y'all start a hype train? Where the fuck did that come from? Oh, wait, did Sector J's bits start a hype train? And you do this to me? Listen, I'm still stuck on Sector J, and now all I can think is glory, what a hell of a way to die. I do squats to lift big women? Correct. I wish I had the audio of that one lady who was like, who's making the joke. It's some Muslim girl talking about, I think she's from, I doubt it's like Afghanistan, but she's basically talking about a women's.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
I always appreciate the subs, chat. But you could have also donated to Ko-fi. And at this point, I think with the subs, you probably already would have finished the Ko-fi goal. I will switch you. I'll pick you up from the airport and I will switch you. I swear to God. Nice. But Faye, you've forgotten one thing. I'm taller than you. Not by much, but I am. Listen, I wouldn't ask to sit on my face for no reason. I'd know the risks. I got a bottle of apple soda across the street from my work. That's from Mexico. Pretty good. I love apple soda, dude. Apple soda is so fucking good. I don't give a fuck. Don't threaten me with a good time. Good luck. I may not know shit about languages, but I can get across the fucking globe if I needed to. I don't know the time it takes to get the money from the subs and the losses. Classic. So, and when you sub now, I won't see that until next month. Next month, usually, and this is a very hard usually, you get paid by Twitch on the second Thursday of the month, unless the second Thursday of the month is too early.
From the beauty up front.
Jesus, Sector Jalen, cute name. Thank you, Jay. All right, hold on, wait. Is that it? Was that the percentage? Let me get. Hold on, hold your horses. I was gonna say, where's the? Usually it says that there was like completion of. All right, there it is. When I open the page, it says it's completed. All right, Chance. Now we can put face buns out of here. Let's do. Also, hold on a second. Huh? That goal was not the completion of that amount of money, Queens. Unfortunately, that was just to incentivize it, because we could do the same thing with the next end. But let me do this. Wheel spin. Oh, that's not the right one. Why did I spin that? Cancel. Damn you. I know. I'm gonna spin it twice. I just need to do somebody else's. All right, let's do this. Car fixing money? That's okay. I also need to fix car shit. Observation duty. Okay, do we do... This is for chat to ask. Do we do the first observation duty or do we do the newest? This is important, chat. Is it the first observation duty or is it the newest? 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 Anybody else? Newest, newest. Hold it? Hold it? What do you mean hold it? Okay, so we'll do the newest observation duty, which I think is like observation duty 9 or something. All right. Implies the OG. I just put that in there because there's like I said, there's like 9 of them. And even then, most of the ones that are just left is that we'll do the first game of a series if it's listed here as a series. And then we will add the second game to this because I think like Yakuza 0 is on here. And after we finish Yakuza, there it is. It's way down here at the bottom. It's down here at the bottom in the red next to Manhunt. Is getting over it on this. No, now shut up, Kono. Because we've done getting over it and it sucks. Oh, that's going to be Huntsman. Okay. So let me see real quick. Let me make sure I add these like wish lists at least before I forget. So Huntsman. Oh, it's currently on sale. Add to wish list, and then observation duty. Is it 8? Is 8 actually the newest? Let me see. Okay, yeah, 8's the newest. Perfect. Okay. And then now, let me reset this. Change goal. Set new goal. 7% is... Okay. Start new goal. Okay, let's do the math right. So there is a 7% overhang. Nice. Vods. Look at Sunstar. Sunstar's fucking it up too. All right. It's big, but in general Yakuza fashion, it's long. That makes sense. I mean, that's why like a lot of these are games that most of them we would like play. What's the word? We would play like the whole game. The Penance? Oh my god. All right. That's an impressive typo. That's a double typo. That is a double typo. Okay. Let me actually check something real quick. Let me go sign in to a thingamadoohickey. And then we can see how much we've covered, because I don't know the exact amount right now that we've covered. That is... Okay, we've covered a little over the total taxes I owe. So now we need about 120 to pay off the cost of fucking filing, because that shit's even worse. Because the cost of filing was 120. The cost of taxes was like 155 now, because I got it down yesterday after going through my bank statement. Notifications? 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 What notifications? Which notifications? I'm confused. Steam? Oh, okay. Two new gifts? What did you... Oh, Queens, you fucking dork. Thank you. The Queens just bought both of the games. All right. All right. Oh, error results. K underscore E results no match. Okay, hold on. Inventory. Wait, did it just add both of them maybe? Hunts. Okay, Huntsman's there. Observation. Okay, they're both there. It just added both of them and like bugged out the page for some reason. Thank you, Queens. That's all my spending money. It's fine, Queens. Listen, I have food in the house. I will make food after stream. It will be fine. It will be fine. I have plenty of stuff to make. Beeps. All right, so we got about just under 4 minutes until the ad break. And then after the ad break, we'll get into Resident Evil. And we can go back to being an absolute fucking menace in Raccoon City. They made the mistake of giving me a kill score, chat. They gave me a kill score. That means I get upgrades the more things I kill. Which means we're gonna keep killing things! Yippee! Okay. Please no more spiders. I'd hate to tell you, Beef. Huntsman is a game entirely about spiders. Huntsman is named after the huntsman spider. We will be trying to play those next week. I don't think we're going to finish the entirety of Resident Evil in this sitting just because of like how fucking slow I am at this game. Thank you, Queens. Thank you so much. I will lock in and nut up. Oh, nut up and shut up. I don't know why I always like that saying. Nut up or shut up, dude. All right. I don't think there's any more spiders. I think that one giant spider is the only one. Which is more concerning the fact that it was outside of the like massive gates. Very concerning. All right. So come tomorrow. It's either gonna be tomorrow or Saturday. It depends on how I'm feeling after Mage Time, chats. But we will do another stream. It's gonna be here. It's gonna be here. It's gonna be very chill because I can't be as noisy as I typically am, like I am in the middle of the day. But I will also need to go pick up drinks, which will be no problem. I know it's cheap. I can go get another pack, like a 6-pack of cider, and it's less than $10. So that'll be fine. That'll be fine. And we're going to watch Ghost Hunter videos. We're going to find some of the most popular Ghost Hunters, and we're going to play a drinking game live on stream. I think it's going to be fun. I'm actually trying to find some friends to join me for shenanigans. Sadly, I don't have like a PNG that I can like turn around. So maybe we'll use the 3D model and I'll be able to just like flip her around. And we can have like the back of my head. But yeah, we'll have the rules ready to go for the whole thing. Maybe I need to add them somewhere so that like y'all can click them and see them. I might need to make some changes to say like the screen setup is what I'm thinking. Mystery Science Theater. Okay. Mystery Science Theater 3000 overlay. That's what I was thinking, but like, I don't exactly have like a theater setup that I'd be able to find. I'd have to go searching for one. But I think it'd be easier to mess with, say, like, here, let's bring the screen down real quick. I'm not going to move because it's not too big of a deal. Because what I can do is I can kind of like resize this in different ways and we can use it that way. Can I? Okay, I can't alt set it. Awesome. Nice. But yeah, I can change the size of the drop down thing and it should work out. Oh no, I was just showing that I can just resize the whole thing. So like if I, make phase buns visible again, It resizes everything that's in it. So I could do it that way. That way it could work. It's okay. Faye got mad at me earlier. I'm on the... It was the investigation. It was already... It's just here. It's... Okay, here. I'll get a different one. It's fine. It's fine. Hold on. Oh, shit. Oh, that's the ad break. There it is. There we go. All right, I'll leave that there. No, I'm not. I'm not going to leave that there because it's game time. So let me give you that. Where's my position? There it is. Okay. Already done all of the long gray sections. There are a couple more to go. I know there's another gray section later. At least one. But let me run to the bathroom real quick. Chat. Also, I just realized... Oh no, that's the picture in the back. There we go. All right, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Don't burn anything down. Enjoy the game. I will get the heart rate monitor on. Oh, shit. Sorry, it wasn't fast enough. Sorry that took so long, chat. I had to also, I had to go turn over my laundry. I was washing my sheets and they had to go in the dryer. This is way harder than words, at least for my brain. Really? I thought this was easier than words. Or is the harder part beating Sunstar at the game? Is that what the harder part is? I can see that. All right, let me get this heart rate monitor on. And so I've been meaning to wash my sheets since like fucking Saturday. But every time I've gone in there to try and do it, somebody else is doing laundry or has just like left their shit in there. Oh, hold on. Do I have it twisted? I also just put on my jacket, so there we go. I did have it twisted. Sunstar and short-term memory. I mean, Sunstar is crazy good at this game. Sunstar can track multiple items at the same time. I get lost after having two. All right. Let me get the heart rate monitor turned on. Jesus. Okay, Pulsoid. Ooh. Pulsoid looks different. Wait, did somebody else just send me something on Steam? I just got another notification about a gift. I don't think so. Doesn't seem like it. Maybe it's just... Yeah, I think it's just being stupid. I think it's just being stupid. But yeah, it looks... Apparently Pulsoid updated, I guess, a long time ago. And last night I was like... The first co-op horror with heart rate mechanics is out? What is it? Pilgrims of Darkness? Where your fear is the mechanic. Stay calm to survive if you can? When did this come out? The 6th of this month. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Has a raspberry pink Moscato. Ooh. All right. Are we good? Are we ready? Anyway. That's not the right thing. There we go. Anyway. Nobody talk about it. Nobody talk about it. We're not... Just leave it there. Just leave it. We'll go over here. We'll go over here. There we go. Excellent. Excellent. And let me work on getting the fucking game open. That's important. I have to have the fucking game open to be able to finish it. Also, 70% of the players that have this game, having made it through the girl section in the basement, is actually a lot more than I anticipated. Maybe I'm just a baby. I'm starting to think maybe I'm just a baby. Requiem. All right. Also, okay, you did just redeem eyes. Had to make sure. No more music. Let's turn up the game audio just a bit. Okay. Because I think I had to turn it down for Toxic Commandos yesterday. And so if I remember right, we just need to go back to where we found the corpses of the BSAA dudes. Because I don't think we can do other things right now. Wait, does that say active BSAA units? Wait. Okay, I don't think we have any points right now. We have 200, so that's not worth anything. All right, this will be fine. This will be fine. We just need to go.
Well, look at you.
Is there anything up there? No. Okay. Leon Sex Kennedy's legendary big arms. I like big arms Kennedy, okay? Okay, and then... Did I ever go up there? I don't think I ever went up this ladder. Yeah, there's a case up there. I never went up this ladder, even though I shot it down. Legally distinct from Chibi Bear? Baby? Wait, what do you mean baby go rounds? Ooh. Go ahead and lock and load those bitches in. Real quick. Crafting? Nothing. Okay, that's fine. Also, hi, Mando. I have been graced? What do you mean you've been graced? All right. So we've been through here. And we'll go down here, just right on out. I guess those are just for grip. I was like, what are all these circles? Probably grip. Okay. Did we ever look in here? No, we did not. Container 01, medical supplies, consumables, motorcycle repair kits, sniper rifles. I know what I need. I know what I want. Is that a fucking... What the fuck? Mortar?
Damn, they brought in the big guns.
How did they already install it to the floor? What were they going to use it for in here? Here, buddy. Oh, pal. Oh, guy. Oh, good lord. Alright, so let's just load all these boys up. Okay. The casual sniper rifle container? Why are they in separate shipping containers is my question. Oh, this was the locked door. Oh, okay. Okay. Now we have the shortcuts. Damn, I should have actually checked back here before. Okay, what about this door? Has no handle, so yeah, not a real door. By Resident Evil standards. Okay. I will always take more fucking rifle ammo, please and thank you. Okay, let's go up this ladder after I get nosy and check the bus because I'm a nerd. Nope. Generator. Of course, out of fuel. Probably can't open that without the generator. What about this? Oh. Okay. Wicks for me. Nice. So now we have 2 shortcuts back. Wait. I saw that caption. Aha. 'Cause 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 Toy clacking. Where you are? Where you at, bitch? All right. So I guess I'll just... we'll head up. Why not? Just over here. Yeah, sure. We'll just go up. I don't like gas stations in Resident Evil games. Actually, I don't like gas stations in horror games kind of at all. Especially when I get lag going near it. Or get a save thing in the corner. I'm gonna go down here and shit's gonna hit the fan, isn't it? Okay. All right, what's on the roof? Anybody else kind of seeing frame jitters? I feel like I'm seeing frame jitters. Oh, toy clacking. Where are you? Oh, it didn't mark it somewhere. That's just of the shitty PNG of the window. Oh my god. I don't think I want to drop down there yet. It's here where I'm hearing it. Maybe it's under me? I think it's under me. But let's go check some of these other things first. Need a container, of course. A lot of little things just lying around over here. Okay. Zombies in the zombies in the hospital. Yeah, I mean, these are obviously the original zombies. Wait, clacking. Oh, right there. Oh, that's scrap. I was like, is that a glove? Okay. Oh, okay, that rock scared me for a second. Is that Leon breathing or is that somebody else? Gas canister. Okay, real quick. Yoink. Yoink. Nah. Alright, take that.
Gotta fill this up.
Okay. So I'm guessing that's how we get out of this section. And knowing Resident Evil games, strange shit is about to go down. I knew it.
Let me guess. You must be the town lumberjack.
Let's go, boss man. What's up, Chuckle Fox? Oh, shit. Yeah! Yeah! Oh, hi. Bitch. Woo. Nope. Oh! Chainsaw duel! Chainsaw duel! God damn it! Good lord, dude. Yeah! Hell yeah. The fuck was that? Hi, Dave. Judge Dreadfilm? He does kind of look like that. I can see it. I saw that. Okay. Was this open before? I don't think it was. All right. Worth it. All right. Walking Dead Zombie designed the same way. Oh, is it? I mean, so zombies with basically spikes through their head or like spiky helmets over the top of their cranium is not really new in media.
All right.
Okay. Okay. Do I need to refill the fuel again to go fill up like other generators? Is that a thing? Do I need to do that? Or is this canister now just in my inventory and it has fuel in it? Is it? Oh yeah, just with fuel. Okay. Now, oh, there he is. Oh, I'm up to 15,000. Goddamn. Okay. Ooh, is this gonna be like the wardrobes? Oh no. Damn it. Damn it. I was hopeful. Okay. Here's, oh, how do we get over there? That's box 3. That's the sniper rifle box. Hell yeah, dude. Yes. So if you see the points in the top right corner when I kill something, they like count up. I can go back to the camp, spend it. Wonder why that's there. Why are you there? I'm gonna open this, and there's gonna be something inside, isn't there? Okay. Oh, uh-oh. There it is. Big fast chuckle fucks. All right. Oh, you're fucking joking. Fuck you, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Is this an upgraded version of the one I'm using? Probably. All right. So, let me see. Its power's lower, but I'm sure we can upgrade it to make it better. Probably. Which I think I will do when we go back. Okay. So I'm pretty sure that was about to be a blister head, right? There it is. Yeah, okay, so that's the thing now. Is that a bunch of blister heads right down there? Oh my god. Okay, real quick. We're actually gonna go ahead and swap these. Although I probably shouldn't have loaded. Motherfucker, dude. Oh, damn it. Come on. He's still not down. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, that's 2 blister heads. Okay. Little hard at this range. Damn it. All right, let's stop wasting ammo. Where'd the other one go?
A lovely gift from the beauty up front.
Why won't you fuckers die? God damn, dude. Is it better to just just let them come to me and then parry them? Oh my god. There we go. That's almost just a better option overall. All right, where'd you go, buddy? That works. He was already so low, I just had to bash him once. Okay, hold on. We got a lot of gunpowder. Is that all I can make with it right now? I'd rather have other stuff. Jack Black? Oh, no. All right. I'm gonna go spend the upgrade points on this sniper rifle. Because then we can sell the old one to get more points. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Yeah, we'll do the body armor repair. That's fine. That's fairly cheap. And then it was this. Reinforced bolt for more power. Okay. More ammo's not too big of a deal on these. Okay, let's go back. Let's go to the sell section. And then we'll sell this. Is there anything else we can sell? If it's really worth selling now, we'll just sell the gun. We'll just sell the gun. Oh, whoops. Whoops. Here. Upgrade Requiem, upgrade Silencer. Quicker aiming, more precise shooting. It's only 1,000. Yeah, sure, we'll get it. That's fine. Or, if we put more points into the hatchet. You know what? That increased power actually seems kind of tempting. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. All right. Quick save while we're here. And then we can go open the other door that's like right over, yeah? I think that's where it is. Hatchet only run? Oh, good lord. Oh no, was that one? I think it's that one. Stagla. Wait, am I hurt? No, wait. No, I'm not. I'm fine. I'm Leon fucking Kennedy, dude. Alright. Nano machines, stop. Don't put that out into the world. Ominous music, okay. Okay, but where are we going? Oops, too far. So like... Oh. 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 Okay, hold on. Hold your horses. We're going back to get our shit. Oh shit. Nope. Okay. Hey, buddy. Oh, you're not close enough. Where are y'all coming from? Where did y'all come from? Did the zombies actually respawn on this one? Okay, where the hell was that? Like, in the middle here? There it is. It looks like one of the blister heads I killed dropped it. There was a med thing over here. Herb? Herb! And then, like, it's in here? Oh, yeah, it was. I totally missed it. Okay. There's a door down there that I totally missed. You've escaped the basement? Yes, we did, Slamist. And I'm having a lot more fun in this part of the game. Okay, where the hell was that? Oh, I ran past it. Oh, it's this one. It's this tiny door. This is great. But can I go through it? Oh yeah, duh. All right, I guess we're going back to the construction yard. But Didn't I? Oh, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. The stairs. Jesus. Oh, nope, not that way. Those look like breakable boxes, which makes me suspect something's gonna come out of there in a minute. Oh, it's a crank. Which, I don't think we got the crank for this door. Okay, yeah, we didn't. Thank you. Shotgun ammo over there. Jesus. It's rearranged all my shit. Oh, man. Okay, sure, that's fine, I guess. Go ahead and sharpen you. Our first BSA agent standing up, which now means that's on the fucking table. Okay. Where's my... No, you're 5. There we go. All right. Ooh. Man. Stop. Holy shit. Wait, is he reloading? Oh my god. Oh my god, die! Jesus. Okay. Yeah, they have guns now. Something's gonna come through that door, isn't it? Was that body there before? Okay, I took the crank, thank God. Oh, okay, no, this was the door that we saw earlier. Alright, so we just unlocked blister heads, now we unlocked fucking BSAA agents. Are you gonna get up? Okay, where was that? Fuck, it was this way. Knew it. Oh! Okay, that worked out. I was right though. Those boxes were gonna get destroyed. Keeping us higher, Kami. Okay. That receiver better fucking be up here. I think they also destroyed my body armor, so I'm already gonna have to spend points to repair that.
One of the parts should be just up here.
Is the camera zoomed out more than it was earlier? It's zoomed out further, right? Is that just me? Am I just saying that? Oh. That's where we were. Alright, good talk. Oh yeah, my armor's destroyed. Okay, we'll probably just have to go down that way. I'm gonna live with that assumption right now. Oh, there's ammo right there. Yes, rifle ammo. Also, hold on a second. Can I do... Yes, take that shit off. Oh, man. Oh! I got points for that, so I guess he died? Oh! Oh, you're shitting me. Woo. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Ow! What the fuck? Oh shit. Uh-oh. Ow! Oh, what the fuck? Oh, there goes my no fucking death run. Oh no, we died earlier, didn't we? We got one shot by a fucking, by a blister head in the... Jesus. Oh my god. Oh, hi. Oh, I shouldn't have used that ammo on that. Fuck. Oh my god. Wait, how did he thread that fucking needle? Oh, there's the other one. Oh, Jesus. Oh my God, Leon, fucking... Motherfucker, dude. Oh, he didn't go down? Jesus, fucking stop. How are you... How... Leon, please climb up. Oh, you're fucking joking. Are y'all done yet? Anyone fucking else? No? Okay. That wasn't fun. Thank you. More ammo. You still remember I said zombies are evolving? Yeah. I mean, wait. Tuka? Tuka? Tuka, what do you mean by that? I mean, we already know the blister head thing. Go grab a repair kit from container O2 in the central camp. The receiver signal got all beat up during transport. We need to fix it. Okay, well, we already got that, so that's fine. Combine. Repair. Nice. Okay, then. So, I think that plant's the only healing item I have left. Okay. Is there? Shit. I have to go back the long way, don't I? What in the wait, fuck? I saw you fall back down. Oh shit. Oh my god, I have to move this shit like it's fucking... I think I missed him. That's too close. I don't like that. Hi, boss man. Okay. We're going to the other one real quick. Dude, is this what you were talking about? Because now that the BSA dudes are gone, they're coming up. A direct hit, baby. Direct hit. All right. I think we're good. I think we're good. I hope we're good. Did I leave any ammo shit? That's marked up here. It doesn't look like it. Okay. I'm actually kind of starting to run out of ammo. And I'm only at half health. Oh, fuck.
Sherry, got the signal receiver.
Okay, one component left. By the way, there's some evidence of the Pentagon putting pressure on the BSAA. It appears the North American branch has been moving independently.
Heard they had an internal dispute. Think it's related?
That's not good.
That's all I've got.
That's not good
There's
at
been an
all.
increase in government surveillance.
Oh, gee, I wonder why.
Base is growing.
Some things never change. Watch your back. I'll contact you again soon.
Okay. Where's the third piece? Over here, which... There's a generator in there. Do we still have the gas can? We do. Is that the garage? I think that's the garage. I don't know for sure. But we'll go back and see. Oh, hello. Wait, did we ever never go up here? Did I go in here before? All right. What's important in here? Okay. I love the sniper rifle. Okay. All right. Who's coming out of the porta pot? Oh! Okay. Slowly developing more anxiety over this again. Oh no, there's a down area. What the fuck is that for? All right, are we gonna get another chainsaw dude in here? Oh, no, just shotgun ammo, I guess. I don't think I want to go down there. And I really don't think I want to go down there. But if this game's taught me anything, I'm gonna have to go down there. All right, so let's do this. Then we'll go do the gas can thing. Which I guess is this first. Oh, the credits. Hell yeah. All right, full body repair. I'll grab one of these. Better shotgun? Do we want to get the better shotgun or do we just want to... Okay, let's see. What do we have? Oh, I took off the scope. I could just equip it back on, but I don't want to. Let's do, of course, fully upgraded hatchet.
Come all, and step into the macabre
Next.
halls of the Dark Carnival.
Justice needs rest time to eat and vet. Oh my god, it's my favorite Grumpy Pants on Twitch. How's my favorite Grumpy? Oh, we're in an ad break. Oh, it starts in 3 minutes. Okay, we're good. We're good. How was your stream next? How was Batman? Oh, you're on to Arkham Knight? Damn. Moving fast. I'm not grumpy? Is that what you say? Are you sure? Are you sure? I think it's almost better to buy a better shotgun. We have 14k. Not enough to upgrade that, but that's fine. Yeah, let's get a better shotgun. And then we can try and sneak some 7k, 1k. Okay, extra stability. Reload speeds. Oh no, that's ammo capacity. Now we'll do this one first. And we'll go here, we'll sell you. Then we can go back, then we can do... Actually... 4k, what's the power? There it is. Oh, it's 5k, that's fine. We'll get 5k pretty quickly. Let's do, we'll level up the rate of fire. That works for me. Thing two is actually, hold on. I don't actually like this. I don't like the fucking dot sight. We'll just unequip it. Take that, a year of my super cheerful self. Hi, Nix. It is you. You make me grumpy in the best ways. Aw. Aw, but go get your nap and stuff in. We're about to have an ad break too, so we'll take a brief break. I may go nibble on a snack because I think I have some chips in the pantry. Let's do the double because I have not done the double in a bit. All right. Let's pause this. I will get y'all the game. I will also make the game a little more palatable here. Ta-da! All right. I'll be back in a couple minutes, chat. I will give you all the music, and we will be back in just a little bit. I'm gonna go nibble on some chips. All right. Let's do this. Sorry that took so long, chat. I was eating the chips, but then I was like, okay, there's too little chips in here to just stick it back in the pantry. So I just finished off the chips. They were a local brand of essentially baked Cheetos, and they were really fucking good. Really, really good. All right, turn down the music. Put the game away that Sunstar played solo. Don't think I don't see that, the rest of chats. Good morning, Kafka. How are you doing? Sadly, they weren't like flavored or anything. They weren't like, say like, they're the usual like cheese ones. I think they were called cheese crunchies or something. Let them solo it. Oh no. Welcome back, Vapor. All right, let's put that away. And we go back. Okay, I think we're going... Yeah, that's where we're gonna go. It's odd that it doesn't like... It doesn't say that there's a door there for some reason. Wait, that was on the roof, wasn't it? Hold on a second. Is that what that's telling me? Is that on the roof? Any new cutscenes? I don't think so. Question mark. No, it's not up here. There it is. The fuck are you? A zipline? Oh, I get it. I get it. Okay. Did I just hear something? Oh, also, register that to 2, please and thank you. Also, him holding the flashlight with his cheek while he reloads was kind of cute. I think it was Leon's. I heard breathing too, and I was like, I think that's Leon's. I'm pretty sure it was him like sighing while he was reloading. I want to say too, there were zombies. Oh. Okay. I'm sure this will be fine.
I can use that.
Am I going to use it though? Is this where we want to go? Oh man. Double oh man. Hello. God, the music, man. I say music, it's really more like ambiance. Okay. Let's do this. Combine that. Combine those. You know what? Sure. Sure. Why not? Okay. Is that all? I kind of half expected more. Think the elevator's gonna work? Okay then. Guess we just keep moving. Hello. Is that it? Oh. Wait, where is it? Here? Oh, duh. Does gunpowder actually come in containers like this? Because I swear to God, this looks like health supplements more than anything. Does gunpowder actually come packaged like this? Okay. Again, ice cold drinks. This is more like a 70s vending machine. How much does that say? Not $1 for a soda? Jesus. Hello. Okay. Guess we're going up the tower. Okay. Okay. Zombies can't melt steel beams. Zombies can't melt steel beams. We're gonna knock those jugs over, aren't we? No, apparently not. We're just gonna kind of shove it. Which is kind of funny. Okay. Well, shit. Oh, no. Oh, okay, that was a little weird animation, but I like the pose. I can respect the pose. Gotta do it again. Yeah, this is in fact the definition of a tilted tower. Oof. Okay, so whichever gentleman made that door, needs to be kissed, because holy shit. We hit Pleasant Park next? No. Is that the way I'm going? I guess it is. Nothing else? Oh. Yoink. Oh. Oh no.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, that worked out. I was gonna say, we're looking at the elevators. There ain't no way in hell that those things are stinking up there. Oh, what in the sweet fuck? Glass surfaces are incredibly fragile. Require extra caution. However, shooting glass out from under an enemy will cause them to fall. Oh, god damn it. Okay.
Time to find a way up.
Okay. I think that was enough. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. We're just gonna go ahead and...
Okay. Let's find those detonator parts.
I don't trust that. Okay. Moving right along. That's a lot of grenades. Oh boy, the thing we came for.
Picked up the relay.
Great job. Now to get through that gate.
Yeah. Just gotta figure out how to get down from here first.
Wait. Am I on the roof of... No, I'm not. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, no. Okay, I thought we were on a familiar building. We're not. Not even slightly. Okay. That was worth it. Hell yeah, more Requiem ammo. I'll take it. Combat roll. Okay. Why is...
That'll get me down.
Cool. How do we, get there, Leon? All right, let's do this the fun way. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay. Not dealing with that shit because I feel like the zombies are gonna pick it up. I don't see exactly how we jump onto that platform though, but that's fine. I'm sure we'll find out a way when we get to it. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Oh, another one. Okay. Fuck. Shirtless Leon, I suppose. Oh shit. Fuck, there's another one. Trying to throw the thing that's here. That'll have to do. It's okay. I'm kind of fine with you being lost. Okay. Pretty sure there's one more blister head around here. Hey, buddy. Think fast. Anyway. Oh, what's up, boss man? Nope. Okay, that was it. That's all he had in him. Oh, hi. The sweet fuck was that? That didn't sound good. What was that? Oh, wait. They're pulling shit out of the concrete? Fuck you. Okay. Let's keep moving. I swear I saw a, go up the building. Thank you, bye. Oh, hi, buddy. Trying to do as much head removal as I fucking can. Oh, Jesus. Okay, then. I guess they just lower it with this?
Now for the other side.
Okay. Okay. Lock and load the shotgun again. Plant. What the fuck was that sound? Alright, can I make some... we'll just make that. That's fine. But... yeah, I'm gonna use that.
That did it.
Okay, this is just... What was that slam? Oh, hey! I don't like that. I don't... Why is there a save room here? Okay. Guess we'll get that. Do I want to get more armor, or do I want to do more hood rat shit? Like upgrading our guns. Okay, let's do this. Upgrade that, upgrade that. Go back, go to Requiem. Improve balance, rate of fire, stability. Let's do this. We'll take that for now. And then... What is the cost of... That's a reload speed. That's fine. I think the next thing we're going to get is we're going to get the upgraded machine gun. Because I think it's just going to be that much better than the other one. Actually, how much does the alligator snapper sell for? 1,000? Nah. We'll do it another time. Okay. Do you think you're going to fight a boss? No? Okay, no, this just looped back. Oh, this is a room I just didn't find it earlier before we got to this section. Hi, buddy. That was where the explosive barrel I saw was earlier. Okay, yeah, I just looped back. That's fine. I didn't check this room at all. This was I'm behind, basically, is what this is. I just completely missed a save room and was living dangerously. Ooh. Okay, that's probably fine. Hi, guys. Can you tell I like the marksman rifle? Oh, god damn it. Wait, I just blew up your head! Fuck you, dude. And more rifle ammo. Ooh, double rifle ammo. Don't mind if I fucking do, my guy. Okay, hold on. Oh, there's nothing back there. Okay. Oh, come on! Fine. Hi, slut. Are you staying down now? Thank you for the gunpowder. Can I make more shotgun ammo that you just made me waste? No, I can't, because I don't have any scrap. Yeah, buddy. I hear ya. I hear ya. Oh, that's not the right gun. There he is. You know what? Wow. All right, buddy. I'd like it if you would die. Okay, thank you. Good lord. Nah, I destroyed the chainsaw by accident. Honestly, I probably could have just shot his hand and maybe he would have dropped the chainsaw. Hey, buddy. Defeat 300 enemies. Let's go. Fuck's sake. Good morning, princess. Eat shit. God, I hate blister heads. Okay. Oh, come on. Okay. Anyone else? I've only got one shotgun shell. Shit. Hello. Gonna take that. Gonna take that. And he's got an injector. Don't mind if I do. Okay. Reload all this shit. Reload you. No pocket full of shells. Yeah, well, just got some, so it's not the worst. It's not the worst. Okay. I have a sneaking suspicion this is not going to go well. Because nothing ever goes well in this fucking game. Hi. Oh, fuck.
Now what?
Fuck.
You'll
Oh,
have to
come
take
on.
the next one.
Hi, guys. Oh! There's one behind me, isn't there? Oh! Oh, come on. That doesn't sound good. Do I jump or do I... Oh! Oh, there is a blister head. Shit. There's just one woman zombie on here according to the cutscene. There was like 5 zombies on this thing.
This is my lucky day.
Is it? You know what? We're just gonna... fine. We're not going to farm kills here because we're running out of ammo. So I'll just take what I can get with that explosive. Okay. There's the subway.
Longer than planned.
Oh, you don't say.
Like, should make up for lost time.
Great. You'll need it. It's 15 miles to the city center on the 419.
Well, fuck. All right. Propane delivery. Yep. Propane delivery. All right. So. We'll do this. And then we'll grab the new Streery. We'll sell the gal. We'll go back. We'll upgrade the Streery a little bit. No, we're not going to put that sight on it. It does give better precision, but it's really not too big of a deal. 3K works for me. Okay. Those are the upgrades we'll put on there for now. High capacity magazine. Extra stability for shotgun, ammo capacity. Actually, nah, we'll do this. We'll put more into the Requiem because it's funny. Okay, yeah, just short of other stuff. So, go ahead and save here. And then we're going to the gates. Yeah, we're just gonna keep walking. Oh, right, I can buy more ammo. I think, but it seems like, yeah, I can only buy these two, but that's fine. But it does seem like they go away permanently, though, when you buy, like, the one set of... Oh, I have to re-equip the, There we go. Okay. Let's go blow up the gates. Which I probably could have done and then come back. Cutscene? 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 Oh, okay, we just automatically walked away, I guess. Life good? Ooh, what'd you eat? Okay. Now, I didn't get, like, 2 of the BSAA things. Okay, we just automatically cut to the finding the motorcycle. Okay. Why is the glove rolled up like that? Chad, do we need edgy divorced dad rock? I feel like we need edgy divorced dad rock. All right, hold on. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
All right. Should make it there in no time.
Good to hear. How are the roads? Leon?
Just a few potholes.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me make sure this is right. I want it on shuffle. We're gonna put it on shuffle. Alright. Alright, let's do this. Oh, hey! Look at that handsome double. Ah, fuck. Nailed it. Nailed it. Oh, fuck. What the fuck are those? Those aren't Cerberus. Holy shit, they're schmoving.
This stage just keeps getting better and better.
I'll have infinite ammo. These things are huge. What the fuck? There's more of you. Is that the right machine gun? What's up, Chucklefuck?
Pups could use more training.
Oh, we could have made that. Yeah, yeah. What in the fuck? 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 game, dude. Holy shit. Come on, man. Reload, buddy. Oh, I can only turn so far. How many of these things do they have?
So much for the direct route.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I think those things are still behind me. Jesus.
Seriously. I don't give up that easy.
Oh my god. Hell yeah, dude. Oh my fucking god. Yeah! Jesus, that's gorgeous. Yeah, where we're going, we don't need roads. All right, back on the highway. God, it's just like driving I-35. Welcome back, handsome. A fucking axe, dude. I need that.
I've had enough of you! I know the feeling!
Ah, hit the gas tank. What in the sweet fuck? Oh my god, no. You're not motorcycle jousting. Ooh. Okay.
Should've won at home.
That's too easy for some dude that was definitely infested by the T-virus. There ain't no way we don't get like some giant monster boss fight. I'm like 99% sure. Off screen doesn't count, not in a Resident Evil game. All right, hold on. I think we're done with the bike section. The dad rock has to go away. He's the Doom guy of Resident Evil. No, the Doom guy of Resident Evil is Ethan fucking Winters. Ethan, walk them down Winters. That motherfucker had so many limbs cut off and put back on. We're just lucky he's dead now.
You should be close to the coordinates.
Yeah. Looks like it.
I'm pretty sure he's still alive. I'm confident in that answer. Okay. Wait, but there's a big area here. Wait. Is this the tanker from 2? Aruka's, aka it's Sakura backwards, the Capcom girl. Sakura's. Hello. Hello. Oh no.
Can't believe it's still standing.
I mean, if you can count that as standing. To say, isn't that tank that was there? Isn't that the tank that Mr. X like came through in like one of the big fights? I think. I forget. It feels familiar for some reason. Oh. You did. You barely missed it, Kelvin. Oh, sick. Hell yeah, Kelvin. Congratulations, dude.
It's on you now.
My God. The hero returns. Return to RPD. No way this thing still works. Sure, that did something. Oh.
Sherry, I'm in RPD.
Oh.
It's been a while since you've been back there.
Yeah.
I mean, technically he was here once. He never even got to work in the place. Silence.
BSAA set up HQ here.
Suspected ARC location.
Not sure.
A giant gouge? Wait, why is that in here? That's supposed to be in like the office. Why is that here? And Leon, we come. You can't save anyone? What the fuck? Oh, hey.
Fucking guy.
Zeno.
Grace.
Definitely not Wesker.
Shit, she's in danger. Sherry, found Grace.
At RPD?
Yeah, exactly. Someone's been expecting us.
I mean, in his defense. Oh, that's in the West Wing. That's that other office section
that.
on the right wing. But there's a shutter there. Okay, hold on. Hold your horses. I don't think we got any points during that, did we? Oh, we did get points for the Garmer. With dog things. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. And I think we're genuinely just gonna take all the ammo here. And then maybe we'll upgrade something. You're fully upgraded. You're not. Okay. I don't think there's anything that we have that costs like 2K. Right? Okay, yeah, definitely doesn't. Okay. Though. RPD perimeter report. For a survey of the grounds, we've pinpointed some locations that still have viable resources. Second floor office. The armory has leftover supplies. Second floor office. Is that upper right? Gun shop out back. Working shotgun and ammo. Parking garage. Advanced team supplies. Weapon upgrade parts. Parking garage. Another thing I found weird is, isn't the secret door supposed to be right here? Wouldn't that be open if it was left like as it was in Resident Evil 2 or 3? That was a weird puzzle. Huh. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna double check this way. I don't think there's anything this way. Okay, we're good. I'll be improper for Leon all I want. Listen, it's fine. I'll be improper for Jill. I miss Jill. I need more Jill in my life. That reminds me, do y'all want to watch some of the like CGI movies of Resident Evil? I've never seen any of the CGI ones. I've seen the live action ones, you know, the ones that are kind of crummy. Champions of Justice, are you ready? Duty calls. Provision specialist Neil, do you have the pizza and beer at the ready? Make sure you got some soda on hand too in case the rookie's liver conscious. Decoration manager Elliot, think you're an artist? Then show us what you got. Make sure you use the banner with the stars on it. Gift coordinator Scott, don't forget to pick up the gifts from Robert's shop on the day. Get what Barry suggested. That man knows his stuff. One last thing, make sure the chief doesn't catch wind of the welcome party for the new recruit. We wouldn't want to put young Kennedy in his bad looks right away. Oh, Marvin. Marvin was the guy in the flashback we just had. He was the one that was infected.
Went in for duty.
Oh. Here, okay. Nothing in here? Missed anything, am I? Nope. Just the locker. Oh, it's the heart door. September 25th, returning the station to a temporary shelter due to the sudden massive outbreak. All police personnel have been instructed to make the safety of the citizens their top priority as we try to accommodate as many of them as possible. September 25th, addendum. One of the refugees attacked us in the middle of the night, resulting in the death of one officer and injuring 3 others. The person in question was quickly restrained. We believe this was a simple case of someone snapping under intense stress. I disagree. September 26th, a mob attacked the station today, resulting in a number of casualties. A few survivors were able to make it safely behind the emergency shutters. But surrounded as we are, it'll be hard for any of us to escape this place. We're not sure we can fix any of our comms equipment, so we remain cut off from the outside world. 27th, there's another clash on the west side of the station around 1 p.m. 12 people died, and there's only a handful of survivors left. Everything is falling into disarray. David Ford. Wait. Oh, no, those are just pallets. Oh, there you are. I was about to say, I hear clacking. Okay. Are they good? I've heard they're pretty interesting because it's like some of the only instances of having all of the protagonists in one place. Okay, that's where we came out of. Okay, at least there's no liquors here now.
Jesus.
Hey, buddy. Oh. I was hitting the wrong button. I forgot to sharpen the hatchet after earlier when we were on the thing. I would have rather made that easier and not have to spend. Nope, dead end. Oh. Oh, hey, buddy. Lower jaw is missing. Gee, I wonder why. Go ahead and take that. Need a tool to get it open. Of course. Okay, then. Death Island? I have not seen Death Island. Again, I haven't seen any of the CGI movies. I didn't even know there were CGI movies until recently. Okay, we still got like 2 minutes until the ad break. Diamond door. Stars. Wow. Wow. Oh, man. Oh, isn't something supposed to happen here? I knew it! I was right. I was right. Medicinal benefits of herbs. Borrowed. Oh, it's a book. Oh, oh. Library. Turn in training plan for the new recruit. Join Jill at the shooting range. Pick the girls up from soccer. Don't be late. Find that missing library book. Top priority. Librarian's about to blow a gasket. Looks like Captain checked it out last. Okay. Oh. Wait, I think I know what this one is. Because I think I know the secret thing that we're going to go find. Oh, this is freaky. It was reacting to my mouse at first. Oh, right. Oh. A limitless bullet pen? Oh, no. Equip a charm to a weapon to activate its effect. Equip a charm by selecting... Oh. Oh. Okay, so they work different for Leon. Oh, it only goes on the Requiem. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. That we checked. That's Chris's jacket. Oh, that's a picture of the board we saw. You kids have fun solving this one, Barry. Oh, Barry. It's Jill's hat. Oh. Oh, and is that the collar for the dog? Oh, man. Rebecca's bag. Which, if I remember right, I think in 2 you could loot that bag. Couldn't you? Oh. Here. Flag. That's the underside of a desk, but... US flag. So is there... Oh, wait, that's the ad break. Shit. So, wait, was there something else in that other picture? Where was that picture? Damn it, where's that other picture? Oh, well, I can just check the notes for it, I'm sure. Huh. Okay. Oops, ads. Yeah, it's ads. I'm getting the game. Don't worry. Don't worry. We'll also bring back the dad rock. And I'm not going to go anywhere, so... Let's give me time to go check Discord real quick. Okay. You gonna cheat? Sunstars doesn't cheat. Sunstars just good at games. Like Carrie. Although Sunstar is good at games. Carrie breaks games. You got 2 of the green animals first. Dolphin is a 1. Peacock is 15. All right, Dolphin 1, Peacock 15. Stop showing Peacock 15. Okay, horse is 10. Peacock 15, horse 10. Come on. There we go. Oh, I missed the other peacock because I was looking at my keyboard. Macaw's 20. I'm not gonna have time. I'm not gonna have time for another one. Damn it. Damn it. Hi, Rotated. What are you doing? What can I do for you? All right, we're not gonna do another round, but instead for the next like 15 seconds, I'm gonna try and figure this out. That looks like the same billboard we just looked at. Or not billboard, the same chalkboard we just looked at. Oh, there's the flag. So there's a desk next to it. Okay, we'll go look for that later. No more music, Hoobastank, whatever the fuck you are. All right. Let's go. I guess back the direction we came. Yeah, I can't go that way. Game's rigged? Which game's rigged? Okay, so before we go in there, I want to go back down. What do you mean game's rigged? How is the game rigged? And then the room was back here, wasn't it? That broke the camera. Where did you come from, by the way, dude? There's the chalkboard. Or a chalkboard? Maybe it's a different office. It's just a similar chalkboard, I guess. Okay, then. Well, that does kind of look like the same thing that was drawn on it, so... Okay. Maybe it's in a different section. Tofu! Oh my god! It was Tofu. Tofu's canon now. Oh my god, Ordain. Ordain, you can't just thigh inflation jump scare chat like that, okay? Oh, library. Also, we need to look for that book. Ooh. Ooh, the sounds. Ooh, the sounds. It's over here. Nothing? It's a drop-down point. Okay. I hear a toy. I see your ass. I see your ass. Uh-huh. I can't believe that thing was still here. Wasn't there a door here? I could have swore there was a door here. DVD flashbacks? That's what I was thinking too. No? God damn. Wait, this is all glass? How did I not notice that when I actually played the game, that the roof to the fucking library was glass? Oh, hello. Yes. Rising Rookie Rebecca. I can and I did. I mean, that's fair. Extendo thigh? No, it's expando thigh. Tuka, we talked about this. Extendo thigh would make her taller. Expando thigh makes the thigh bigger. Was that it? I don't actually like take it with me. Huh. Okay, can't go that way. So back downstairs then. We go back down. We get to use the raise the gate thing. Okay. Yeah, it's West Kirsten. Wait, did Makari upgrade? Holy shit, Makari upgraded her fucking scared emote? That's crazy. That's so good. That's such a good emote. All right. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and save. Why not? Oh, wait, we didn't save when we got here. Oh, thank God I saved this time. Raccoon City perimeter surveys are posted here. Point of entrance, possible entrance. That's the orphanage. Okay, then. Okay. Probably need to pull the lever to like unlock it, I guess. Okay. Okay, I guess that was all I needed that for. All right, chat. I have to warn you. I've seen part of what's coming next. And I'm not gonna lie. I have a bit ready. That's a lot of VSAA corpses in here.
You need to understand.
I need you to understand. Is that what that said? Or I need to understand? Oh. Okay.
Convert military units from every country on Earth come to Raccoon City for one purpose. To find Elpis.
What is Elpis?
The power to...
It's always funny to me when she asks questions. She does the like scared to ask thing. She like looks down, kind of closes her eyes.
Designed to control
What is Elpis?
Mind control?
Him doing the boomer one finger typing is so funny.
So they launched the missile strike to hide it.
To hide a virus. Why do something so extreme?
Extreme. Is it? When the president tried to investigate, they had him assassinated. And you are the key to retrieving Elpis.
So we can only guess at this point.
Emily.
That's not That's 2020. Oh,
The
wait.
girl you met.
I was gonna say, that's not Emily. That said 2020. That says 20-teen
So
something.
many attempts.
2013,
So many failures.
2010, 2007, 2005.
Such a waste.
What do you mean?
Copies. Crafted to duplicate you.
Oh?
All useless. All scrapped.
Also, his gloves are kind of cool. No, it's not the same girl.
They
Uh-oh.
each have their own sad story.
Oh, the orphanage. Oh, no, wait a minute. No! Oh, I don't want to do this part. Oh, no. This part rules? No, it fucking doesn't. It's so creepy, dude. It's so creepy. I watched Treen do this part the other day.
Do something. I called security, but nobody answered. They are out of control.
Doctor, we can't contain them.
Sedate them now. Are you kidding me? Out of my way.
Hey, are you awake?
All the lights are on in this room. Yeah, it's 1990.
Where'd he go?
So this has to be before the bomb because, of course, we're at the orphanage. Oh, we can check the calendar. February 1990. Hello? It's fine. It's fine. It's probably fine.
Stay away.
What the fuck?
Get back. Don't come any closer.
Ooh. Oh, they're tiny tyrants.
No, get back! Get back!
How do you just push them away? They're kids. Just push them away.
What are you doing?
Uh-oh. Although, I think they legitimately have the most terrifying eyes I've ever seen on a Resident Evil monster. Hide from the children. What's worse than a zombie, chance? Under the bed, under the bed, under the bed, under the bed. I will never understand how they can't see you from that doorway. Where's the bit? The bit is later. You'll know when the bit is here. I promise. I really kind of wonder how, like, sentient these girls technically are right now. Like, is this a revenge thing? Are they legitimately just, like, trying to kill whatever living thing they can find, like the other zombies do later? This is also 6 years before the Umbrella outbreak. 6 years. You think you're gonna get jump scared? Probably. There's no way they wouldn't have an orphanage thing where there's not, like, as many jump scares as they can get away with. 8 years? I thought it was 1996 when Resident Evil 1 happened. Wasn't it? Oh, it was 98? Okay, that's even later. This is why I don't want kids? Oh.
Please, someone help me.
Shut up, Chloe. Hello? He's hella dead. Again, though, they're in children's bodies. You can just push them. Well, no, that can't be right because we just saw that they dropped the nuke on Raccoon City October 1st, 96. Yeah, we're playing a girl named Chloe. We're playing some girl named Chloe. Oh, Jesus. Excuse me. Yeah, I was gonna say, the nuke dropped on Raccoon City was October 1st, 1996. Door opens. Okay. Ooh! Guys, there's stairs. Why? 98? I thought it was 96. Okay, but why did somebody say July 24th to the 25th? Okay. Hello? Hello? Okay, so it was before the Raccoon City incident. What do I do? Are they just gonna stand there? Oh, do I need to close the door? Is that what it is? Can I close the door?
Come all, let's step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival.
Jerry,
And
welcome
please,
in.
Enjoy
How
the
was your
show.
stream? Oh, the quarry. Did you have fun? Are you done? Did you finish it? Or is this like your first time playing? Are you enjoying the quarry? Are you enjoying the shenanigans? How are you doing? How many people died? How many people have died so far?
Step inside, step inside.
I'm glad y'all like the quarry. I'm glad somebody's playing the quarry. I feel like more games like the supermassive games and stuff need to be played. It's a very good game. It's a very good game. It's one of those games that you can kind of like, I think someday what I want to do is I want to break it out for like a party night with friends because it feels very much like a horror movie you're watching that you can also play. When? We played it. We played it with Finn. We played it with Finari. I'm pretty sure it's on, I think it's like some of the first videos on the VOD channel. Oh, wait. No, I think I got rid of them. I think I privated them. I think I privated them on the regular channel. What do I do? They just stand there. No, I think I privated them because they just like, I didn't want to have like VODs up on the main channel. What the fuck? Is it bugged? Is something? I thought something was supposed to happen here. I don't think I can just move them over. Is that possible? Is there an option just to transfer them channels if you like own them? Wait, what is the objective? Hide from the children? I already did that. Do I need to hide again? Maybe I missed something? Did I crawl out too early? Stuck in meeting? Oh, I'm so sorry. They're just standing there menacingly.
Oh my God!
There we go.
What's happening? Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm! Wait. Everybody calm down!
Well, yeah, I know it's also like quite short. And I've seen some people post like speedrun strats for this. No, they didn't post it. They just like talked about it.
Scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul, seal your doom tonight.
Because of email chains, so I'm very upset. Hello? Oh, that's cute. Oh, I'm gonna fumble it, aren't I? I am almost certainly gonna fumble it. Okay, there's space in the back. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Take the key. Take the key. And we're just gonna... Nothing? We good? We're fine? Okay, now the thing is, I think I can rush this part. Shut up. God damn it. Oh, I can't. She's on top of it.
What do I do? What do I do?
Yeah, I thought one of the things I heard somebody talk about that you could do is you could open that hatch. No. Oh, you're kidding me. It's because she saw me. She's gonna take my eyes. Okay. Do I have the key? I do have the key. Okay, so go trigger her. Okay, go back.
What do I do? What do I do?
It's fine. Do I need to turn the light off? I don't know. What do you mean you stole those eyes first? I gave you those eyes. Why does she seem so, like, slimy with this lighting? Also, why are their heads been cut open? Yeah, it's part of being part of the carnivals, you goofball. Oh, I didn't like that. I don't like that. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Woo.
It looks like you ran afoul of something with wicked claws.
Shut your fucking pie hole. Shut your fucking pie hole right this goddamn second. Ooh! Hi, kids. Caroline's bedlam? Maybe. Kinda, sorta. Just without the buttons, you know? Why is there tiny kennels down here?
Why did they?
And then the wall's destroyed. Oh, that's not... That's probably fine. Probably. I'm sure it's fine. Just keep running, kid. Just keep running. It's fine. Who knows why there's a fucking chair here? And big ass doors. Hello? Hello? Why is there a church in here? Oh, no. Okay, okay. Cool ass fire engine, you should take it. Can I take it? I don't think I can. Hello? Oh. I can't reach it. Okay, that's kind of cute. Pull the lever! Oh, lights turned on. Oh, okay. I suppose. These also do not look like very comfortable pews. Oh, great. Oh, there's nothing in it. Oh, that bodes even less well. Date of deceased, Charlotte, age 7 and 2 months. Female, January 14th, 1990. Discarded due to volatile symptoms. Okay, so what we need is... Oh, it's a fire poker. Of course it is. Pull, Chloe, pull! For the life of you and me. I don't trust these coffins. Kids are gonna come out of these coffins, aren't they? This is where all the other kids came from too, isn't it? Oh, this doesn't bode well. Oh, there's mattress down there. Never mind. We'll be fine. It'll be fine. This is gonna hurt still, though. Ugh. The dust. All right, can I go ahead and open the door? Okay. Fantastic. Okay, run. Ooh, cutscene. Why so many kid-sized Oh, I was right. I knew it. Okay, so they did something to these kids. No! They did something to these kids beforehand. Before they, well, quote unquote, just sealed them in a coffin. So there's something with the brain that they want. Speaking of coffins and work, what do you mean? What do you mean? We're schmovin'.
What's wrong with them?
Not gonna lie, 1990, an umbrella facility is genuinely probably one of the safest fucking places to be on the planet. I'm gonna assume red doesn't work. Hello? So the Series 60 possesses recombinant DNA, increases the volume of Spencer's injected plasma, does not result in a successful memory transfer. I was right, it has something to do with the brain. mental abnormalities were developed. We will perform the next medical procedure and progress to the final stage. However, after adjusting the viral load in this Blood of Series 70 subject, Chloe, improved signs of stability were observed. We will continue to monitor her progress. Spencer's visit. That's the... Oh my god. Is that the... That's the series, I'm guessing. That's 87. That's 3 years before. Jesus. 2 people die. A 40-year-old man loses entire composure. Console him. Deal with 4 frantic toddlers and get stabbed at. They miss. What do you mean you got stabbed at? Today was unbelievable. I somehow got invited to renowned Oswald E. Spencer's lab. I heard rumors about the place, but to think Ark had been underneath me this entire time. I was given a quick tour of the attached orphanage, too. The children here really creep me out. They all had nasty surgical scars across their head, and if you meet their gaze, they'll greet you with this unsettling giggle. Apparently they're used for human experiments. The whole thing gives me goosebumps. To have built a place like this, Spencer must have been more unhinged than any of us imagined. Sensational. The prospect of being able to freely experiment on these kids sends shivers of anticipation throughout my entire body. It's all so exciting. For now, I'll start making rounds of the orphanage tonight. It seems like the newbie always gets stuck with the boring jobs. Hopefully I can wrap up the tedious bits quickly so I can prepare for the real fun tomorrow. Ooh, the reflection. Oh, there's preserved organs. Some kind, I can't tell. That looks kind of like a lung, maybe. I don't know, though, for sure. Oh. Okay, you know what's funny? Having all of this, like, super futuristic tech building, and then just the basic fucking 90s goodness, computer monitor. That's the bedroom. That's the main room. That's that other playroom. That's another camera of the playroom. Okay. Hello? Oh.
Are those babies?
Yeah. Yeah, they are. Hold on a second. The caution sticker is such a good touch. But still all CRTs. Yeah. Hello? This is definitely a dead-end room. Remotes? Surgery suite. Da babies. Da bigger baby. Da baby being born out of the pod? Da baby. Possibly me. Okay.
Chloe?
Is that how I...
You know, why did he inject her? She would have been fine, and I'm 99%... She's a child, by the way.
Get over here, now!
I'm 99% sure the only thing that she was going to ask was, is that how I was born? And all you had to say was yes, and it would have been fine. It would have been totally fine. The pod Nepo baby, elongated muskrat Lincoln McTee Kneecock? Wait, what? Coke? Yeah, I wonder if that's Victor. I have a sneaking suspicion that that may have been Victor. McTinycock? I got you. I got you.
Able to recreate Spencer's key. But now we have
Birkin? I don't think that was not Birkin. That guy was a little too big to be Birkin. Birkin was kind of small.
Well, look at you.
Tennessee toe tickler.
What?
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
I was made...
That's a hell of a name.
Correct.
Ooh. Wait, what was that?
Really was all my fault.
Wait, what was that? What was that static? Oh, okay, it's flashbacks.
that Mom was murdered and oh God, that when she turned into that thing.
What's done is done. You need to focus on the future.
Was she even really my mother?
It's time to embrace your destiny.
Destiny. Only assets talk about destiny and shit.
Great!
Oh, hey! Mom! I'm sure this is fine.
What the? Mr. Kennedy, I had a feeling you'd make an appearance.
7 minutes?
Sorry, but I don't have time to spare.
Wait for you to get it on your own. X gon' deliver to you. Knock, knock, open up the door, it's real. With the non-stop pop-up.
Have fun.
I'm proud of that. I'm proud of that one. I was ready for it. I was ready for it. Why is he back? It's definitely not the original one because we killed the original one. I would place money that it is like a later T series. Because what the original 1 and 2 was like, was it T102 or something? 103?
Sherry.
105. Yeah, this is I think this one's like 301 or something.
Yes, there was.
He's still trying to get up, Leon. It's time to move.
I'm gonna do some digging.
I just sent you the coordinates.
Is that big man?
Time to deal with this.
What's that, boss? Oh! Ooh! Okay, so like the sound of... Uh-oh. So like the sound of his like gloves squinching, y'all can hear that, right? That's not just me. Hello? Is this the upstairs office that we saw in the note? I don't think so. He doesn't have a hat this time, so maybe he's stoppable. Hello. Called it. Wait, that's a fucking helicopter.
Give me a goddamn break.
That doesn't sound good. Whoop. Hey, big man. God, you have a strut. Let's go, Leon. We're leaving. He's walking with motherfucking purpose. Oh, there's the bear. Excuse me. I don't like you. Whoop. Oh, cutscene. Okay. Better blend in the populace with the 9-foot-tall gray skin. Yeah, that's the thing too. Is apparently the code is also like a limiter.
I'm good.
So anytime in any of the previous games that coat gets destroyed, they tend to turn into a super tyrant.
So why'd you ask about the orphanage?
They're taking Grace to Ark. The orphanage is the entrance.
Hmm.
What is Ark?
Good lord, why is... Just drag it all the way over there? Okay.
Not sure. But apparently it's someplace important.
Okay, we could go back there, or... we could go over here. I don't think I got any points. I'm pretty sure I didn't. No, I got 2 kills. That was the 2 zombies from earlier. But... Oh, I guess I did get hurt. That's fine. All right, let's do a save real quick. Yoink, yoink. Also, I kind of got to pee. How much till the ad break? Yeah, we could make it. It's like 20 minutes till the ad break. Escape, RPD. Hello? Uh-oh. Oh, hey, there's a sign again. Also, wasn't this the... This was the tunnel we walked past when, like, Ada was guiding us, I think? Oh no, it's the gun shop.
It hasn't changed.
Gun shop Kendo. All right. Chat, get your tissue boxes. It's time. Raccoon City ordained. Gun shop Kendo. Hey, kiddo.
Terminate. That's my fucking daughter. You're a cop. You're supposed to know something. How did this happen?
Prescription. Robert Kendo.
What they did to us.
I'm so sorry.
Kendo has a brother, does he? I was gonna say, this isn't about Kendo having a brother. This is about Kendo and his daughter canonically going to their death together. Yes, from the second game. Ooh. Okay, but is that better than the one I have? Doesn't seem like it, I'm not gonna lie. Hold on, I'm doing some organizing. Oh, I still have the fucking lever, dude. Can I... We'll make some more shotgun shells. Can't have too many shotgun shells. All right. Oh, save area. And a lot of cases. I'm sure this will be fine. Probably. Probably. Okay, let's see real quick. Who am I getting a phone call from? All right, hold on a quick second, chat. Let me answer this phone call. This is Cheryl for the Police Officers Committee. Switching to recorded audio, please and thank you. Hang up. Would you be willing to support the what is it? Would you be willing to support your local police? No. No, I would not. Anyway, 2026's Resident Evil franchise is better than 2026 IRL. Is it? Okay, anyway, I wanted to compare these two. I think I like the tack more. Do we sell the police shotgun? I don't want to sell the police shotgun. Like, it seems better in every single way except power, and I'm kind of fine with getting rid of it at that point. Get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. That's fine. Do we want an extra med injector? How many do I have? I have 3. Okay, that's fine. That's plenty. All right, let's do an upgrade Upgrade rifle. Upgrade Requiem. You know what? That's a pretty big bump in stability. I will take that. And nothing can go wrong. Oh no, it all went wrong. All right, save there. I'm gonna do the double save just because. And I think we're gonna pause it here for a quick second because I don't think I can actually hold it to go to the bathroom during the commercial break. So we're gonna run the ad break a little bit early, chance. It's technically 13 minutes earlier, but that'll be fine because then we can just keep going when I come back. And I will give you all the game for that and the music. We'll actually go back to my playlist instead of the divorced dad rock. All right, guys, I'll see y'all in a couple minutes. All right. Chat, are you okay? Are you dying? Sunset's the only one saying anything. What happened? Do you want to talk about it? Is it okay? Also, something interesting happened while I was in the bathroom because I was checking my email at the same time. I got an email from the Navy. Hi, Hectic. Final Fantasy 7 Ever Crisis? Oh boy. I got an email from the Navy trying to recruit me because I have a college degree. The Navy. Yes, the Navy. Fucking goofballs. And I don't mean VTuber emails. I mean personal emails. And wild, oh my god. Join the Navy. All right. I have a sneaking suspicion I know what this is gonna be. Or do I dare go this way? Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. I feel like I'm not gonna be able to open this door. I knew it. Search the world for treasure, learn science technology. Oh my god. Oh, hey, buddy. I knew that shit wasn't gonna be over. Oh, fuck. How is that missile still good?
Fuck me!
If you gave me a chance, I would take it.
How did you time that so fucking perfect? Holy shit! That's crazy. Who did that? Weasel! Holy shit! 10 out of 10. Claps. Claps in chat. Claps in chat. It's a bit redeem. It's one of the bit redeems. Which, thank you for the bits. All right. Give me the fights. Ooh, the groaning, the wheezing. Hey, big man. Oh, fuck. Can I parry a missile? I don't know. Guess we're about to find out.
But I can stop bastards like you.
Oh, never mind. Oh, super tyrant. We broke his jacket. He's pissed. Bitch. I got circle back. Oh, that wasn't fast enough. Hello. What you doing, buddy? Oh, I couldn't parry that. Okay. Woo! Ow, damn it. Holy shit, that hurt. Oh, that was weird. God damn it. Shit. Fine, it's fine. Where's my... There it is. That's not good. Whew. Let's get a move on, Leon. Ah, I can't fucking... Jesus. Ooh! Okay, that was kind of cool. I'm a little surprised how little damage it did, though.
Not.
Uh-oh. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Just keep moving. Oh, thank God. Well, that's not good. God damn it, Leon. Come on. Come on. Oh, still not enough?
Die, you son of a bitch.
I only just got to the point. Okay, we need to sharpen Leon. Let's go. Jesus. God. Okay, that was a good parry. That was like nearly a perfect parry. Okay, I like to come start just seeing what's around these boxes. Nope, still can't hit you. Oh, Jesus. I'm having a rough time. Oh, there we go. Ooh. Okay, but why did the ribs explode?
I'll stop you as many times as I have to.
I remember that too. Achievement unlocks. Okay. More boxes? Looks like there's ammo in the seat of this car. Oh, thank God, another med injector. Can I open the back of these? No. All right, we'll just go over here. Oh, hey, a head. Kick. 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 Oh! No time for playing around. Okay. Okay. Yoink. Open sesame. Although I don't think there's much reason to. I'm not gonna actually go that way. Let's go see if there was other items that I missed. Nothing? I could have swore there was more than 1 or 2 boxes. Oh well. Alright, guess we're just going. Wow. It's just here. Same paintings on the gates.
Made it.
Okay. Anything else around here? Oh, damn.
I'm at the orphanage, Sherry. There's not much left of it. Heading underground to look for Grace.
Understood.
Why can't I just go this way? Oh, man. This is gonna be a jump thing, is it? No? Just, oh, down here. Shit. Oh, no. Nothing worse than Raccoon City sewers. Oh, man. Is the way I'm supposed to go? Wait a second. What's this way? Nothing? I feel like this is supposed to be something. Are we streaming tomorrow? It depends. It depends. It may be tomorrow night. Because we did finish the wheel goal. And the games that we have to play now are Huntsman, the spider horror game, and we're going to be playing Observation Duty 8. We may be streaming tomorrow night. I think we are going to stream tomorrow night, because why not? That it? Okay. I must organize again. It must be done. Also, can I, like, discard that? It has a check mark next to it, so I'm guessing that means it's done, right? Although this one is too, so fuck it. Okay. Got 5,000 points beating the Mr. X. Okay. I'd like to think there's not a giant mutated crocodile down here anymore. I'd really like to think that. Okay. Uh-oh. Jesus. I see that ammo box back there. Sudden death bowling? That's kind of cool. That's a lot of rifle ammo. Excuse me. All right, at which point is the subway car going to start falling? There it is. Now I'd go to sudden death bowling. Is it like hot potato, but the bowling pulse bomb? Ooh! Oh, what the fuck? That
Seriously.
Ooh. Welcome back, Plant 42? Is that what it was? That was from Resident Evil 1. It was 42, right? Is this gonna be Plant 43? This is gonna be Plant 43, isn't it? All right.
I guess this is my stop.
Again, the camera's... Oh, there it is. Kind of slowly zooms in. Oh, oh God. Hero landing, hero landing. Okay. Anything else back here? Ah, scrap. Perfect. Can I make something with that? We'll do that. God, the ambience of this game, dude. I don't know if I said this on stream, if I just thought it. I think this is my horror game of the year already, chat. And the sad thing is I don't think there's any horror game that's coming out later this year, at least that I know off the top of my head, that's going to be better. I don't know of any other horror game that is coming out this year that's gonna be better. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I said I think it's Plant 43. I feel like it's gonna be Plant 43. Okay. Oh. Oh boy. An iron rappel. Whee! Oh. Oh no. Why do you let me control the descent? Why not just make it a cutscene?
It just keeps going.
Good lord. Well, it seems like Plant 43 did a lot better than Plant 42. Ooh, the noises. The noises.
Finally reached the bottom. This is one very deep hole.
The perfect place to hide something.
God, the sounds it makes. The little, like, skittering sounds. I knew it! Ow. Jesus! Okay, my next upgrade is going to be a fucking armor upgrade. Okay, so there's another box up there. I see another one right there. Open up. Thank you. Come again. Oh, hello. Can I make rifle ammo now? Yes. Excellent. Excellent. Fuck you. Okay. More Requiem ammo. And med injector. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Fruit salad underground. Yummy, yummy. Fruit salad. Also, I was about to put on the model's jacket, but then I was like, wait, Leon lost his jacket, which Victor is undoubtedly sniffing. There's another one right there. Oh, I should have fucking known. Damn, it just fucking whipped my ass, dude. Hell yeah, more shotgun shells. Worth it. Not gonna lie, I kind of want to heal. And I definitely want to do this. We're just gonna do it because of how fucking hard it hits. Okay. Yeah, because if I trip that wire, I think it attacks me immediately. Nope, don't have enough.
This file's really evident for me.
Oh, I just got an achievement for defeating all of them. Well, damn. I suppose that works. Does feel like the kind of guy hiking. Listen, I'm not surprised at all. I'm not gonna lie though, I like Victor. Oh no. That's a lot of... You're really giving me a lot of shotgun shells down here, game. I saw your asses move. I saw your ass. I see that little mouth right there. Okay, real quick. Okay. Go ahead. Okay. Really kind of feeling. Really kind of feeling like Leon walking down Kennedy right now. I see that big fucking head right there. Oh, I'm gonna have to drop down, aren't I? Oh, there's more boxes. Okay, that's fine. Let's do this. Here it is.
Just so you know, I've killed every flight on
Ow, motherfucker. Jesus. Ah, shit. Oh my god, get it. Let's get some hustle, big man. Oh, god damn it. So you're moving. Come on, do something. Okay.
Stubborn
Oh, hey.
Archer.
Listen, I'm hoping Leon gets healthy again. Okay. That worked out. That went really well.
This must be it.
It's one hell of a fucking door, dude. It really does. It actually kind of reminds me of some of like the Umbrella compounds in the movies, the live action movies. Weirdly enough. Threw me off the first time. Yeah, Plant 43. It did say Plant 43 seedlings on the achievement. It is certainly an interesting thing to not just have it say all the seedlings, because I'm guessing those are the only seedlings we're gonna come across in the game. That is such an extra fucking way to have a door open. But it is so cool. Uh-oh. Containers? Shenanigans?
Sherry, I found some kind of massive facility.
What do you think it is?
I'm seeing supplies with the logos.
That's Tricell and Umbrella. I give you one fucking hint. Wait, HCF? What is HCF from?
Yeah. You're telling me.
This is such a well-framed shot, dude. That was such a cool shot. Whichever person like directed that or came up with that idea for that camera movement and the door closing there into darkness. Flawless. Flawless in every way. Tricell. Oh. Wait, something pop up? Scrap. An elevator? Can't look up all the way, but I see a platform up there. Decontam. Ooh. Ooh, that actually kind of hurt my eyes. Oh, wait a fucking second. That's a liquor. All right, well, let's go this door. Let's do the closest door. Current facility operation status, auto processing green, network system, all areas online, environmental control systems green, disposal systems green, security level 2, guards on patrol, area status, lab unit 01 checking, lab unit 02 normal, restricted area normal, Pandora normal, now operating at 82%. System access must be performed manually from the restricted area. Oh, that looks like our access box, but there's no... Oh, this is the save. Okay. Give me my points. Oh, we're just short of upgrading armor. Oh, wait, no, we had some already. Yeah, we're upgrading that fucking armor, dude. I will take that in a heartbeat. All right, let's get some extra ammo while we're here. It's like more shotgun ammo. That's fine. We're gonna double save. Dink donk, dinkity donk. All right, Evan, we're gonna call it, chat. It is 4:20 here. Nice, nice. And we just got to a really good stopping point. We just made it inside the facility. So I think next week is probably gonna be our last Resident Evil stream. I'm pretty sure next week we'll do like one day, and it'll be our last Resident Evil stream. I'm enjoying the shit out of this game now. Now that I'm not constantly running and terrified of fucking Leon. Not Leon, as Grace, not of Leon. But technically today was gonna be the last stream day, but y'all hit that Ko-fi goal. And that may become a permanent thing of the Ko-fi goal. I'm considering it. We may save the like drinking night streams and stuff, or like ghost hunting type stuff, as a goal for the Ko-fi thing. Still thinking it over. Only came to me like right now. I mean, Luigi and Luigi's Mansion. Luigi and Luigi's Mansion. Never would have seen that coming. Not a chance in hell. Oh, the music. That's what I was forgetting. I meant to turn the music back on. You gonna rest? What do you mean rest? I have the rest of this evening to myself. If I decide to edit, I'll edit. If I decide to do something else, who knows? But let me find let's find somebody to raid. Who is doing what today? What the hell is that hair? That's gotta be out of order. Hold on a second. Somebody I follow, for some reason, is up in the gap where there's supposed to be like people that have like 900 viewers, but it says they only have 150. Why are they there? Oh, okay. It's because it's what do you call it? Stream together thing. That's why, because their total is in the 900s. I got it. So it's like, why is this person up here between an 820 and a 1.1K? But it says they have 100 viewers. That's funny. That's goofy. Oh man, I forget who Ayuchi is. I follow him, but they're playing Silent Hill 2. But I don't remember at all what they do. I am still not finding anyone. But that's fine. Maybe we go with... Nope, never mind. I'm about to say, I found a homie. And then they're playing Pocopi. And I'm like, never mind. Never mind. I found who we're raiding. We're rating Scotty. Because Scotty is currently doing a Puppet and Pals, the same thing I did. Well, how long ago was it? 2 weeks? 3 weeks ago? But he's doing it with Hulky. So... What do you mean, how we see? My thighs are almost always off cam. Here, we'll end the stream this way. There you go, chat. This is how we'll end stream. We need a raid message. We'll use the gun emotes. Leon. Walk them down. Kennedy is here. All right. That's gonna be a raid message, chat. If you don't have the message, if you don't have our subscription here, feel free to use your own gun emote or somebody else's. It's no big deal if you don't. But until then, guys, I will see you tomorrow night. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for enjoying some Resident Evil and holding my hand through it as I try not to shit bricks. But I will see you later. Good night. Don't stare at my thighs too closely. They'll stare back.